Hello, good evening, welcome to the live stream, and very good to see the early, well, it's the early regulars really, isn't it? Evening to Christopher, to Zachary and to Amaze Tays, and again, thanks for your support and great to see you on. And well, I mean, I'm a Stoke City fan actually, but I kind of thought it was a game. I mean, I've only had half an eye on it really, but I kind of thought, well, perhaps it'd be nice to actually watch that and get that out of the way. And again, thanks for joining us early on. And hopefully, oh yes, I forgot that's on just on the intro. I don't know whether the intro came on twice because it looked as I got a slight message that made me think it hadn't started properly, so I redid it. So anyway, thanks for watching, and yes, definitely Christopher, it'd be good if you could get to play, because I think you've seen over the last few weeks just what's available and what's possible, and hopefully this week we're going to have a look at the West Coast Main Line over Shap, and it only came out on Tuesday. There's been a lot of videos about it already, and it's an absolutely fabulous route. I have had a play on it, I won't lie, but I haven't done a full run from Preston to Carlisle yet. Ah, excellent. That's great. Amaze Tays, yeah, fantastic. And that's the thing. There's absolutely nothing stopping you from actually playing the game and watching the stream at the same time. So let's dive straight in. So we're going to go into this West Coast Main Line, and we're going to start off with a Class 101, and we're going to take a run through to Morecambe from Preston, and we're going to do a return journey. It's only a 10-minute journey, something like, each way, so not too very far away. Yeah, it's a brilliant route, isn't it? Very, very good. And we just knew, didn't we, that Just Trains were involved, and we knew that it was going to be absolutely fantastic, and it's proved to be exactly that. I think I've just said Preston to Morecambe. I meant Lancaster to Morecambe, actually. I mean, that's Lancaster to Carlisle, so let's get the right service that I want in. We'll do that one, I think, 13:29. But you just sense it's kind of not just the work that they put in. It's, well, it is about the work that they put in, but it wasn't a question of just doing minimal effort. They've done absolutely loads to just get it absolutely perfect. Hello to Mark as well. Welcome to the stream. And let's get started then in the Class 101. So we will be doing an 87 shortly on a Preston to Carlisle, but I thought we'd start off with the DMU. Love these old units. I thought we went to the platform then for a minute, because I tended to be in that platform opposite there. So let's get the train set up. And then there was a thing under here that confused the hell out of me to begin with. And it isn't, it's, you kind of have to be in a funny position to see it. That's it, we need that on, yeah. And I think the AWS thing's there as well. I think I'm in a bit of a funny position for it actually. But anyway, we should be able to do the AWS by sitting down, so we won't worry about that. There we go. We've gone and isolated the AWS. Ah, that's good news, Zachary. I know we had a few sound problems with my microphone at one point where it was giving interference, but yeah, glad that hopefully the sound's okay for you. Oh yes, one thing we haven't done, we haven't set the destination blind, have we? So where are we going to? Morecambe. Hopefully that should be about right, I think. Oh yeah, we've got to get the these things on as well, aren't they? Because they're showing us red, which is kind of a tail light. Right marker, yeah, we want that on as white as well. Oh, it's one of those where it's kind of in between, isn't it, with the slightly better. Yeah, 1986, I believe, is the year. So I've got a feeling if we'd lock the doors, then the signal might clear. No, maybe not yet. So before we go, that was an odd one actually. Deny waiting. Oh, we must have a train coming in then. Now let's get the gears, and on this thing you have to actually control. You have to control gears actually on it. We start off in first gear, but we can't go just yet. Let's have a look. We'll have a look at the map in a second. We'll see. Yeah, there's definitely a service blocking us somewhere. I'm so used to the signals just clearing once you go into forward motion. Yeah, it's not obvious to me where it is. Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking, Zachary, to be honest. But the doors are locked, aren't they? So, tell you what, let's just, out of interest, let's just try unlocking them again and then locking them once more. And then make sure I haven't done something daft like open the doors on that side, have I? So I can only assume we have something coming through. So what's the signal for the fast line? This is a fast start to the stream, isn't it? Slightly concerning. That's set on red, isn't it? This is the first time I've ever done a scenario in Train Sim World where the signals haven't instantly worked. I mean, if it doesn't work, yeah, I think you might be right, actually, Zachary. I'll tell you what, let's restart that. I mean, if ultimately there's a issue with that particular timetable run, it doesn't matter in the least because we can do another one. There certainly didn't seem to be any other trains around, did there? So I think that we'll try redoing this scenario, but if not, we'll we'll do another Lancaster to Morecambe service. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I did have a look at the map, but I couldn't see anything obvious. So anyway, well, no, we won't worry. Right, and actually see it better there by doing it like that, can't you? So we've unlocked the doors. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, I've not had this happen to me before on any scenario. It's a shame when it's the start of the stream because it always looks slightly embarrassing when things are. And usually these runs work like clockwork on Train Sim World 5, but just goes to show we aren't going to get the green light until 13:31 though, so maybe that's one thing to watch out for. There's about 30 odd seconds to go. I didn't really notice the time last time. They have done a bit of a refresh with the this unit as well. We've got a new cab, and the sounds are a bit better than previously. Which once we get it going, then we will observe that. No, there's definitely something up with that signal, isn't there? I mean, just to prove it, I mean, I'll move off, but it will say end of game the moment you go through that red signal. So I think it's a dodgy. Yeah, it has. Yeah. Okay. Well, no worries. I think what we'll do, we'll just do a different service. Sure, it won't be a problem next time anyway. You kind of can. You kind of can go through Blackpool, Christopher, because through the Blackpool branches line, you can do something called route hopping at Preston. So you can kind of click from one route to the other. So not directly without stopping and restarting and stuff, but it's possible. Right, so. Right, let's do this thing again. Slightly fiddly, I find this. See, that's more kind of what you would expect to happen. A train has now come in, and you kind of wonder whether that was supposed to happen before, really. So again, we just got a few seconds to wait. Yeah, I must try out the conductor mode instead of at some point. I've not tried it yet. I'd like to kind of get the hang of it first before I do it on the stream, really. So, but I definitely would like to do that at some point. This has been the longest wait ever before we've moved off. There we are, green signal, you see. Just for some reason that's maybe a dodgy scenario, the one that I tried before. And we're off. It's Lancaster Cathedral, is it? And the castle, I think, in the background. Probably won't do it in this live stream actually, but it's kind of like because I'm not familiar with it really, and I've kind of got a plan of what I want to do, so I don't think I've got time. But I mean, I think somebody asked about the live stream, sorry, about the conductor mode last week, so clearly there is an interest, and hopefully I can do that at some point. See just the amazing detail though that Just Trains have put in. So we're just watching that little bar down by the horn lever. So we're going to third gear now. 4 gears on this thing. Yeah, I think you'd really, if you get things going, it'd be absolutely amazing, Christopher. I think you'd absolutely love it, because, I mean, it's one thing watching it, and hopefully you get some enjoyment from watching the streams, but it's quite another thing playing it. And we are very much in British Rail blue times. Now we have to be conscious that that was a yellow signal, so I think it's an approach control, so it should clear to green, but we also have to be mindful of the fact that it might not. So I did a little bit of a trial run earlier on, and I think I came virtually flying up to it and then it cleared, but we can't take that as for granted. No, I mean, actually, you could do, yeah, you could indeed do a live stream. Certainly no law against it. So I think I've been a bit cautious with this approach control signal. And we will obviously go, it'll be a lot faster with the next run when we do the 87 from Preston to Carlisle. So we've got a bit of a flavour of what's in the itinerary in the intro, but the idea is we're going to do, oh, there we go, we've got the clearance, we've got the clear green signal now. So we're going to do a return run to, well, we're going to go to Morecambe, then we're going to come back to Lancaster, then it's going to be a run up the full run from Preston to Carlisle in the 87, and then we're going to do something a bit different. We're going to do an 87 on West Coast Mainline South on a Railtour run from London Euston to Milton Keynes, and then finally we're going to have another go, speeding a bit here, we're going to have another go on the run from Preston to Carlisle, but this time in the Pendolino. Yeah, I must say though, I mean, I've had a few computer issues the last few weeks, as you know, and I mean, they provide tremendous entertainment, PCs, but they don't half give you some grief at times. So we are a little bit on a downhill gradient, so we've got to be careful of that. As you can see, the speed is creeping up. That's why I was going slightly over the 25 mile an hour. Bear Lane is our only intermediate stop into Morecambe. Great name there, isn't it? Bear Lane. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, enjoy your meal. And that's the thing, isn't it? We're slightly out of sync with the timing this week. Oh, it should be 15 over this little section here. We'll have a quick look around at Morecambe as well when we get there. Yeah, I very nearly hit the buy button for a PC myself a couple of weeks ago, but thankfully I've got this thing sorted. But again, just look at the amazing detail that Just Trains have put into all these stations, and hopefully, I think I'm right in saying we can actually go inside the signal box as well. Yeah, we can. Last time I tried to do this, there was somebody standing in the way and I couldn't get through it, and I couldn't get the person to move. You can see all... I mean, it'd be amazing if you could actually get these levers to move, wouldn't it? But you can see all the detail and the layout all laid out correctly with the tracks. And then you can see the barriers are closed. Cars are waiting. So with that in mind, we better rush back to the cab, because otherwise we're going to be late. Try and get in first. Sometimes go for shut these. I never quite remember which side you shut it from. That's it. Ah. The only slight oddity is, I think, because we waited so long, the barriers have gone up again. Yeah, I think the barriers stay down for a certain period. So, unfortunately, we are going to have an issue here. Well, that car managed to slip underneath the train. I think they do work, the barriers, but I think they only stop down for a certain time period. So again, thanks for everybody watching, and hope everybody's doing well on this Sunday afternoon. I think we pretty much just got the regulars in at the moment. So I'll obviously be mentioning a few times about liking and subscribing But I'm sure all the regulars are, well, I know that all the regulars are subscribers at the moment, so, but anybody new, and if you're watching this back, and of course, you know, you might be watching this video back on another day, then if you're enjoying it, then please like and subscribe. I love the old clickety clack sound as well as we go over the points. So I'm not going to go into fourth gear because effectively we've kind of got the rundown into Morecambe itself in a second. I did consider actually, I looked at the Railtour with the Class 20 and it did that run from, I think it was from Preston actually, but it seemed to take a heck of a long time, so slow accelerating, so I thought that might just be a little bit too boring on the stream. We are coming into platform 2 at Morecambe, and it's a lot smaller station nowadays and not quite on the same site, I do believe. Let me know, by the way, if the sounds aren't brilliant. Hoping there's no interference today. Drifting into the platforms. Kind of made me want to think about going to Morecambe actually. I've never been to Morecambe in my life. And the good news is the station building is there in real life today, but it's not used as a station building. I think these platforms are being taken up. Right, is the sound of the train a bit too quiet? Let's try that. Maybe I'll try turning me up a bit as well. I was wondering. Oh, hey up. Well. Oh, I'm not. I wasn't on the stream, was I? Oh, blinking in. I thought, why is the brakes not working? Okay, well, we've given the passengers a bit of a jolt. Never mind. Yeah, I'm glad you like the videos. That's great. I was kind of wondering about the kids actually. I love predictive text and all that. I think it's amazing stuff. Right, so I think what we're going to do is let's have a look at Morecambe. This is Morecambe Station. Now I believe I've seen this actually already, but these are the toilets, and you can actually go to the toilets. Got the urinals there. Hang on a minute, we could even go in one. Oh! Well, there you go. We can't get out that way. I'm a bit lost which way I'm going now. Yeah, that's the Where's the way out? We can see outside of the station, that I do know. I'll go out that way. I forgot now, you get out now, this place. Ah, way out, yeah, there we go. Try reading the signs. So I think it's great that we can actually see a bit of Morecambe here. Now we'll see if we can avoid getting knocked over. It's a busy road. Thank you, Riley. It is busy. Right, come on. Let's go for our lives. And you can see there's the seaside over there, and I think all in all they've done a fabulous job. There we go. Anyway, that's Morecambe, so let's take a run back, but we won't necessarily do exactly the same one, so let's just pick one randomly from the menu. Yeah, it's good that they've kind of made an effort to include bits of the station outside as well. They haven't got that invisible barrier, which is great to see. I can't remember what time train it was now, so probably the return service would be where are we? Morecambe. Say it's the 13:23 Morecambe back to, well, it says to Leeds, but obviously we're only going to Lancaster. Yeah, I will try that conductor mode at some point, but I need to just have a go at getting used to it. Not that I don't show massive amount of competence on the driving side of things either, but that's another story. Right, so we should be a bit easier setting things up this time. Yeah, so hopefully Zachary, you're enjoying it. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful vlogs. That's great to hear. I have to say, I've got quite a slow broadband connection, so it took me most of the evening to download it, but it's certainly worth the wait. And if you've got a fast, if you're living in the city and you've got a fast fibre connection, then you'll have it downloaded in no time. I can't remember exactly who Tom was saying the other night on the stream about it had like outsold one of the more kind of popular games, which is great. I mean, we're all obviously wondering what the Just Trains route now will be next year. So we're due off here at 13:25, so we will be going a bit faster once we get to Lancaster and we move on to the Class 87. Yeah, we're into forward, so get the brakes ready, I think. I don't know whether you would actually get the brakes ready until you actually got the right of way. Haha, fantastic. Amazed, Taze. You should be so well. I wished mine was like that. Go on, go. Try locking the doors. Oh, it's unlocked now. Oh, I think we're all right. Love that old clickety-clack sound. Yeah, I can only dream about it only taking minutes. You really get the flavour and the feel for British Rail in the 1980s. Oh, we've got a 4-carriage service as well. I mean, I'm kind of hoping that they well, I suppose by September next year there'll be it'll be Train to World 6, won't it? But and what delights await us then? We have to wait and see. But there's plenty to come between now and then. I'd like to have some more of the old first generation DMUs. I mean, there was the 104 potentially coming out for Peak Forest, wasn't there? Which I don't know if they ever operated on this line or not. Right, so we go into third gear now, I think. You kind of lose track of what gears you're actually in. Right, so we're up to there, and then we can do fourth gear. Yeah, let me know if the sound levels either of the train or of me, that's my chair creaking by the way, then if either aren't quite right, let me know and I'll try and adjust them a little bit. It's always different trains, different sounds, and you're never quite sure what's going on. I mean, it's quite nice actually in a way to have the window open and you really get the feel of the sounds. I forgot about this station, you know. Come up on me a bit quick, but I think we should be okay. Because we're 4 carriage, we could really do with taking it up to the end of the platform. Oh, hello, Duncan. Well, welcome again. Actually, I was thinking of you last week because we did the run on the Leven branch last week from Leven through to Edinburgh over the Forth Bridge. But welcome to the stream again. I'm glad to see you watching. What does face review mean? Do you mean, are you going to see me face? Yeah, you might, if that's what you mean, you never know at some point. So, are you saying the train sound needs to be a little louder? Try and go the right way. Do you know, I kind of keep forgetting whether I've shut the doors or not. Oh, excellent! Yeah, glad to hear that. It's a fabulous route, actually. The new Leven branch. I have to say, I'm glad that that's on, and it's. Speeding again. I think, incidentally, when we branch away to the left on the triangle, there's one or two services in the game that actually go that way. I do love these old trains, and I mean the 101s were basically everywhere in the country, weren't they? And I think I'm not totally sure actually how much they were used in Scotland, but they were certainly in use all across England and Wales, but probably Scotland as well. Well, yeah, they definitely were used in Scotland because they were in use out of Glasgow Central, weren't they, at one point? Yeah, fantastic. Oh, that's great to hear. Yeah, it's a lovely route, and you know, particularly the first time, just driving the train over the Forth Bridge is just an incredible experience. Now we need a little bit of deftness with these braking because we've got 10 mile an hour. Yeah, good evening, Rail Freight Fred. Now that's a name I can't remember having seen before. Apologies if you have watched us before, but yeah, it's a fantastic route and thoroughly enjoying it. Really hard actually getting this just inside 10 mile an hour for this section. Yeah, thanks for watching, by the way, and I always say this to anybody, particularly for new viewers, and I'm sure you've heard this before, but if you're liking the video and you'd like to like and subscribe, then that'd be really appreciated. The thing about these old trains, and I've made this point a million times as well, but they just take a lot more driving than some of the more modern trains. So you'd have to think about it a lot more. And I'm certainly no expert at it. Oh, excellent. Do you mean you walked over it on the game or in real life? I'm guessing you mean on the game, but that's something I've not done yet. I'd love to get up there and actually see it. I mean, I've been to the Highlands, but I've never been and seen the Forth Bridge in real life. I mean, I've been on the Caledonian Sleeper before, but one day I'll have to, instead of going to either, I've been to Fort William and to Inverness, but there's also the one that goes to Aberdeen, where it splits up at Edinburgh, doesn't it? But I'd love to take it through to Aberdeen and then come back and experience the Forth Bridge in the daytime. Thank you, Zachary. Now we just got to be a bit careful beyond this signal, because or approaching the signal. Yeah, no, we're okay. Do you know, with the lighting, I wasn't sure. Ah, no, we have got a red, haven't we? I wasn't sure whether we got a amber signal, but we have got a red. That might clear just before we get there. Yeah, it is. We're cleared into platform B2, which is the bay platform. Of course, then this service will carry on to Leeds. Ah, excellent. Mind you, there's not much great going on with the buffet car on these trains. And then the buffet car on the next train we're on is actually shut, but now is this the, I'm right in saying this is the River Loon, isn't it? Right, we are on the game this time, so we're not going to hit the buffer stops. It's the good news. We'll come gently into the platform like a professional. And we've got a pacer waiting there as well. You can of course drive the pacer, but I don't think we'll get the chance to do that tonight. And it's in the Greater Manchester PTE colours. So again, I think we need to pretty much go to the end of the platform, because we are a 4 coach train. That should do it. I think we'll be alright with that. No, you do have to pay for them, Christopher, unfortunately. And oh, we got. I missed that coming through actually, didn't I? But this was $32.99, I think. But when you bear in mind it's taken them 12 months to do, it's a 90-mile route, and each got a 87 come flying through as well. Busy scenario. And yes, each add-on that comes out is indeed an extra piece of DLC that you have to pay for. And even if you get the base TSW5, then there's certain things you can have included as of standard. I mean, for instance, the Pendolino you have to pay extra for. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I think many people have said it, but Just Trains have done an absolutely superb job, and you know, it's thanks really for all the hard work and that they've put in. And yes, I know it's a job and they're getting paid for it ultimately, but it's really is a fantastic route. So we are now going to go a bit faster pace now, because we are going to take the Class 87 off for a spin. And again, I'm not going to put adverse weather, because you can kind of see the route up to its absolute best. There's plenty of freight services in and amongst all this lot on here. So I think that 1 hour 26 sounds like a old stations one, I would say, or stopping at all the principal stations. I mean, there's been so many custom buildings that they've put within this as well, and there's kind of too many to mention really, but Preston Station itself is basically as it was on the Blackpool route. We've got Knight of the Thistle, that's is our traction 87014. Before we do anything else, we will, oh yes, you have to press C for crouch. You can't walk through, otherwise it'd be too tall. We have to kind of, it's great that you can actually do this as well. And the first time I did it, I thought, where am I going? I'm getting lost here. But you could see, again, the incredible amount of detail. And what we're looking for is this switch on the right. That'll make sure that we've got the DSD on. Incidentally, don't want to say this is a toilet themed evening, but they've even got the toilet represented there as well. But I think this is the first time we've ever seen like the interior of the engine represented in such a way. And again, we've got one of these things up here to deal with. Suppose we might as well do that one while we're there. Here we are, the mighty Class 87. Yeah, it is. But you know what they say, when you've got to go, you got to go. Right, let's get the doors open. Actually, what we'll do as well, quickly as well, I'll just show you the inside of the carriages. You can see this is real Mark III carriages from the 1980s. Remember even that little sound as you went over the mat. I think it actually, and this is good as well, you can actually shut them in the proper clicking sound as well. Right, so let's sit down and we will get underway, and you'll get the distinctive roar in a second when we put ourselves into forward. Oh yeah, that's the point, I haven't done the master switch, have I? So I think we, yeah, we've got the AWS on. Yeah, yeah, it's kind of, it's like typical 1980s somehow. Of course, the thing about this as well, you can't just whack this thing into full power and expect to go. We've got to watch the ammeters there, that we don't go into the red zone, so you have to be quite careful in the early stages. We'll notch up. Actually, it's hold and then notch up. The answer is, actually, I think there's still some in active service in Bulgaria, but I think there's two that are still remaining, and they are used on rail tours. So a few years back, during COVID, they did a Friday charter thing out of Euston. They used one of these, which is kind of a service we're going to do a bit later on. So that's kind of the excuse really for when we do the service from Euston to Milton Keynes Central, then it still is correct to have Pendolinos and all the modern stock alongside because of these occasional runs. And there's a couple of 86s as well, I think. I'm trying to remember the two 87s. There was was it 87002, I think, and then the I can't remember the other one. There's another one. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I have to say, I mean, some of those trips, I mean, they're like palaces really, aren't they? And the way that you wined and dined and over a couple of nights and stuff. That's Walberg, is it St. Walberg Church, isn't it? Probably pronounced it completely wrong, but familiar sight for all train drivers. Now we're getting a bit faster. As long as we keep our eye, you see we're going into the yellow area, and then we'll wait until that dips. Yeah, definitely right. Yeah, definitely right. Hope the sound of the train's coming through well, because the sounds are amazing on this, but if you think the train's too loud, or you want me to adjust the volume levels, then let me know. So we are good for 80, top speed 110. Beautiful train to drive. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, glad about that. Yeah, of course we had a bit of interference, didn't we, last week? Well, I know these sounds came from the Armstrong Powerhouse pack, so if you drive this on Trade Sim Classic, you get the same sound pack. And they were recorded from the real train. Yeah, we're in full power anyway now, because you can see that's the marker for full power. And I'm sure I'll be useless at noticing the neutral sections, but we'll try and try and look out for that as well. Yeah, that's good to know. I think last week the screen was slightly out, wasn't it? The bottom of the screen wasn't quite perfection, but messed around with it a bit again. Lovely kind of afternoon glow, isn't there, in the autumnal sunshine. Yeah, I did have a practice run of, I've only driven this as far as Lancaster so far, so it'll be lovely going through the Lake District, through Penrith and Oxenholme. We'll be climbing Shap Summit as well, which is the high point of the West Coast Main Line. Yeah, that's right. I love it, and you know, it's a really clear, good view. Now remember, I don't know, well, that's a cross-country one with the Mark II carriages going southbound. I mean, I remember buying the Video 125 Royal Scot video, which is the full run from Euston to Glasgow Central in the, I don't know, it must have been 90s, I suppose, and that was in an 87. And I mean, these units were built in the early 1970s. So we are getting slightly downhill. Yeah, it really is, yeah. And, you know, wait till we get into the Lake District territory. Got one of those, the guards van at the back, the brake guards. Specially modified, because they're all Mark 1 stock, so that you could do the 110. So I think we're stopping all stops, but just to confirm, Lancaster, Oxenholme, Penrith and Carlisle. So 14:27. So it's a good run really, an hour and 14 minutes. Yeah, definitely, and I mean, I do like Train Sim Classic, but it's definitely shown its age graphically. But there obviously is a lot more of the railway network done in Train Sim Classic. I mean, at some point I must put up a video and do some of the. Now, I did see the. Sign the reminder for the neutral section, but I was thinking I must at some point do a video from Train Sim Classic for the trains around the Stoke area, but never been done for any other simulator. We should be all right too. About 11 miles, 10 miles to go to Lancaster. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And unfortunately not in Train Sim World, but Train Sim Classic. And I was thinking at some point that's a possible future stream, because we could do Stoke to Crewe, we could do Crewe to Stafford, and then do a run from Stoke to Birmingham New Street. We're just missing really the bit from Kidsgrove to Stockport at the moment. That's one of the few parts of the whole West Coast Main Line that hasn't been done. I have to say Stoke Station as well, even though it is Train Sim Classic, has been modelled absolutely perfectly. It's a lovely station, Stoke Station. But this is almost the bland part of the scenery really, and we really will notch it up a bit when we get beyond Lancaster, and then we move towards Oxenholme, of course, with the Windermere branch. Can't fortunately drive to Windermere, although the track's all been put in, so you kind of think you would not be at all surprised if a bit further down the line they add in the Windermere branch. Yeah, I've got a suspicion somebody has done it. I mean, it's not one of the paid pieces of DLC, but I've just got a feeling that it's knocking about somewhere. I must have a look. Got a vague memory, this Matthew somebody I think who's done it. Don't know how good it's been done. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you mean with the Windermere? That'd be good. It'd be good if we could perhaps add in another DMU to go with it. And I think it's single track. It's 10 miles or something. But clearly, by them putting the track in, then that's got to be something they were thinking about. Crikey, that was bouncy over those points, wasn't it? Totally sure why I meant to put it in hold rather than power off, because of course you've got to wait to get all the way through. But I think, well, we're only a few miles away from Lancaster now. Yeah, put it into hold. Should do us. I know we've got a 75 mile an hour before we get to Lancaster, and then it kind of comes down a bit. I mean, the thing as well is, I mean, you'll kind of notice when we do the Pendolino a bit later on this route, but you really get that sensation of speed. Oh, excellent. Yeah, I must admit, I haven't had a chance because work's been incredibly busy this week. So, but I do like the sound of those. I bet they are a really good listen to. Yeah, absolutely. There is, and you know, it's incredible some of the work, you know, some of these communities have done at some of these stations as well, to keep these stations. And people are sometimes immensely proud of their local station. I mean, there's plenty of stations where they just haven't had any love done to them over the years, but the ones that are looked after are amazing. I mean, unfortunately, we won't get to see Carlisle tonight, but you've still got the cafe models and the tea rooms, and that's a throwback to the old Brief Counter film. Not brief, brief, brief Encounter, wasn't it? Which was an old film from the 50s, I think, but happened to be filmed at Carlisle Station. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you'll be passing us in the opposite direction, won't you? That's something. I mean, we haven't quite got it, have we? But it would be good if you could kind of have that situation with. I think one of the simulators you do have that where basically you would pass each other. I'm trying to, yeah, we're still slightly speeding. When I did it before, I was kind of far too cautious coming in. Yeah, it's a whole different experience, wasn't it, really, travelling on trains in the 1980s. You can see a Morecambe train in the branch platform. Might even be the one that we were going to drive earlier on. That'll count as being a okay stop. And of course what you should do is put that down into neutral, because they always kind of did that. Oh yeah, I don't. Have a quick look down at the platform. So we're slightly early, so we've got a chance. We've got another. Well, that might have been the Maze Tays on the southbound service there. Of passengers. Why is it that passengers always congregate around the middle part of the train? And okay, they seem to be in a bit of a logjam here. Oh dear. Out of me way. Yeah, here is the buffet car. Now, unfortunately, I mean, it's been beautifully modelled. This is the bar, but it's closed. It would have been good if you could have lifted that up and you could actually see inside the buffet cart. Those are the first class seats. Love that sound. We've got a traveller's fare buffet as well. I mean, at least that's open. Drinks there. Extra cream biscuits. I'm hungry looking at that. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, sorry I didn't wave to you. I know. I've said it before, but that's the one quirk of Train Sim World with the the passengers, you get they get in a right old entanglement with each other. So we're slightly, as you see, it's slightly off the platform, but the good news is we can get into the right place. Ooh. And we're back in the cab, we're okay. And the timetable's fairly generous actually, so we probably still should be alright, I think. I shut the door, no. We shut it, haven't we? Yeah. Quite a laborious process. I think there's something like 39 notches actually. So Oxenholme is our next stop. Change at Oxenholme for the branch to Windermere. Very difficult to keep to speed exactly. You can see the castle and the cathedral, I think it is, in the background. Travel over the River Loon, I think it is. No, sadly not. Unfortunately, yeah, we've got the track in for the Windermere branch at Oxenholme, but there's no scenery with it at the moment, and we kind of think, and as the May Stays was saying, hopefully at some point they're going to fill the scenery in, and that could be a future extension to the route, but I think they've got no immediate plans to do it. But we will be very much going through the heart of the Lake District on the route through to Penrith. And in some of the buffets as well, you've got the you can pick up the Kendal mint cake and virtually eat it, as it were. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, and again, I've yet to give it a try, but I think that's a challenge and a half. And I think you get into the realms of driving the Freightliner up Shap in the snow, and you come up against the red signal. Then, wow, that is a challenge and a half. Yeah, there's a number of people releasing different routes, and we know some of the stuff that's coming out. We know the Alan Thompson simulation team are doing the Manchester Commuter, so that's Alderley Edge and Wilmslow and Manchester Airport on one side to Manchester Piccadilly, then on the other side Wilmslow Stockport through Cheadle-Hulme and then Manchester Piccadilly, so that'll be good. We know that there is a Welsh route coming up for Trains in World 5. It's kind of a Welsh commuter type route with kind of lots of different branches represented. We know there's a Dutch one coming out at some point as well. I think there's one in Austria, isn't there, fairly soon, from possibly Rivet Games. But we know that during December there's going to be a reveal pretty much daily. I think so. Actually, I'm saying during of course we're already into December, aren't we? So I think that starts on Monday. Yeah, there's that. Oh, what's it called? Tadami, isn't it? I'd absolutely love if we ever got a bullet train Japanese route. I've probably said this before. That would be great. And I'd love to see a Tokyo commuter one as well, because the Tokyo commuter trains are fantastic as well. And I think as well there's somebody called Incredible Trains, and there was an Incredible Hands in the forums until fairly recently, so it seems fairly certain we're going to get the North London line as well, probably with a 378, but it's not been confirmed. Oh yeah, I'd love to do that with Shinkansen. No, it's sort of yeah, I mean there's plenty of sales that come in, but of course not for the brand new stuff. I think you just pick and choose, because I mean there's plenty of German routes that you can buy, and the releases aren't kind of every week. You know, it's every. You think like Trains in World 5 came out in September, and then this is a couple of months later. So at least it's not all the time. But you know, the collection you just kind of build over time. There's no rush. I'm trying to say to people really. Oh, this is Carnforth, by the way. You've got Steamtown represented there as well. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And you know, I love the fact that I can actually say that, you know, many years ago now, but back in 2002, that I have been on the bullet train past Mount Fuji, which was it's one of those classic scenes that you see videos are. That was an amazing time. And of course, they always run to the second as well. The incredible timekeeping. I'm doing hopeless with these neutral sections, by the way. I knew I would, particularly with trying to drive and talk at the same time. Yeah, it is amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing, and the whole train system in Japan just works like absolute clockwork. My time was 2002 World Cup, and absolutely enjoyed every second of it. And you know, it was kind of mainly went there for the football, really, but enjoyed, absolutely loved travelling about on the trains as well. I mean, I think in the UK, if you're less than 10 minutes late, then you are arguably on time, and you're not considered as late in the timetable. But in Japan, that would not be the right thing to do. Yeah, I mean, there's some great videos on YouTube as well of that sort of stuff, isn't there? I mean, there's all these, some amazing routes through the snow. I mean, the Austria one, I think it's Austria that's coming out fairly soon, looks lovely as well, with a, snow route. There's one or two. Wow. Yeah, I was Osaka as well, yeah. In fact, that's where I watched, oh crikey, 2002 World Cup. That was our third match against Nigeria. We beat Argentina in the second match in Sapporo. The first match was in Saitama with 1-1 draw against Sweden. But yeah, the third match was in Osaka. A long time ago now. I mean, it's what, 22 years ago. But you kind of hope that I know the people who are doing this Tadami line, I know they did a kind of a bit of the Tokyo commuter thing on Train Sim Classic, so perhaps they will get more involved with stuff over time, hopefully. And there was the old Densha to Go as well for the, I mean, you had to get your PlayStation chips, and I did have a very old PlayStation years ago and had that done, and that was great fun, but it was a bit of a kind of an arcadey type train, really. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, and also like on the local track. I can't remember if they did it on the Shinkansen, but I think you did, didn't you? You got those like cartoony type jingles all the time, which was fantastic. Now we've got to keep an eye out for this Oxenholme stop in 4 miles as well. We've got to be careful on that one. And I mean, I think the Argentina match, which was in Sapporo, I flew up from Tokyo to go to that, and then coming back, I actually went back on the train back to Tokyo, and it took all day, and you went through that massively long tunnel through. You start off in Hokkaido, probably wrong pronunciation again, but. And there's a massively long tunnel joining one of the islands, well, the island Hokkaido, into the next one. Yeah, that was the reminder for the upcoming neutral section. I think the neutral section's just before Oxenholme Station, isn't it? And of course, it's one of those scenarios where the one thing you definitely don't want to do is get stuck in a neutral section, because you won't be able to move the train. Love the sounds of the brakes as well coming on the older trains. And I mean, it's not impossible we might have a DMU waiting the platform for the Windermere branch. Yeah, absolutely, and I never quite, either before or since, I never fancied the idea of sushi. Yeah, we do. We've got a 101 DMU waiting the platforms, which will be heading off to Windermere. Wish we got more autumnal days like this. See the beautiful scenery for as long as the eye could see, really. Let's see. The Lake District captured in all its beauty. Of course, this is kind of the southern part of the Lake District, isn't it, at the moment? I think it helps driving this train on Train Sim Classic, so it didn't feel a massive issue. I was used to all this notching up scenario. Of course, the one thing we didn't have, or we don't have in the pack, is the 87101 Stevenson, which didn't have the notching up. That was a slightly more advanced but experimental train, and of course really these were a prelude to the Class 90s. So Penrith is next, so we really will be hurtling through the heart of the Lake District in the next few miles. 24 miles to go through to Penrith, so we will be taking on Shap Summit through T-Bay. You'll notice the big climb when we go up Shap. that driver vigilance thing, I mean, it's good that it's said and it's so realistic in some ways. It's perhaps a blessing when you haven't got it in, because it literally feels as though it's going off all the time. Yeah, well, I'm amazed as well. You know, apologies for that particular pun. I mean, I struggle enough to talk and drive the thing, let alone trying to drive, watch, look at the chat at the same time. That truly is multitasking. But it's a very interesting part of the line to have in, and you know, it's completely different than the London Euston to Milton Keynes Central bit. But you know, they're both different and interesting to drive in their own way. Can see the lakes in all their glory in this section. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, really, this was why the APT was massively considered, particularly with the thoughts of the bends around this part of the world, and then through the next section through B-top. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, I felt a bit like that, as though that was the problem with the Class 101 at the start of the stream. But as it goes, I think we'll put that down to being a slight issue with that particular service. It's almost compulsory nowadays to have a glass of red wine with the Sunday lunch. Again, whether you're watching this live or recorded, if you haven't watched before, then thanks for your support, and if you're not a subscriber already, then please like and subscribe. You're really appreciated and help support the channel. Have just past the 4,000 viewing hours for the year in the last week or so. I think it makes it the fact that this thing's got, with the suspension thing in it now, you know, really just bob about, and you know, it would have been not quite so good if it had just stuck to the tracks. I'm feeling that's yeah, I think that's the motorway bridge, isn't it? We do actually have some motorway signs included as well at some point. You've got, I think this is T-Bay that we're coming towards now, and you've got the, you've been on the motorway this part of the world, you've been on T-Bay services. It's round about here, I think. And that's the prelude to the climb to Shap Summit, that's if I've got my bearings right. Yeah, you can see that sharp climb coming up. This is Shap Summit that we are about to climb. It's good as well, we've got some of the quarries included. You've got Hardendale Quarry, that's the kind of the most famous one. I mean, there's some scenic railway lines in the country, but this is right up there with it, isn't it? And I think this is the Loon Gorge, isn't it? Which is a famous old landmark. Many photos in this neck of the woods over the years. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've probably said loads of time before, but I do like both. I you know, quite like the challenge of stopping every few yards as well, which is tremendous fun too. Yeah, it is, and it's a short one. I mean, I've got this suspicion that we have the North London line coming, Richmond to Stratford, and hopefully, if that is confirmed in December, I shall tremendous. I mean, I love driving in amongst the cities as well. I think that's fabulous as well. Much as though this is absolutely stunningly beautiful. I love the variety really with trains. Oh, Goblin line is Gospel Oak to Barking, Riverside. I mean, nowadays, oh, that's the, oh, it should have been off for this neutral section. I think nowadays it's got the pseudonym, the suffragette line. But I think most people still call it the Goblin Line. I knew the scenery was going to be amazing around here, but it surpassed, you know, even the wildest of expectations. Now I think this is the climb up to Shap summit. Or have we passed? You know, I'm losing my bearings. You know when you're there because you're kind of going through those rocky bits. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think when you kind of get to our age, you always talk about the fact that the old trains were better, but there certainly there used to be a lot more variety. Yeah, absolutely, you could. And I mean, I remember a spot on the West Coast main line between Crewe and Stafford, a place called Whitmore, and we used to sit on like a ledge, and you could actually walk down basically to the track side, and you know, of course, all massively fenced off nowadays. I mean, there are, say, there is the Peak Forest route, which was set in steam days. And, there's bits of that, like Bakewell, that are included. And that was a pre-beaching route. It's just not long enough, really. That's the only thing that's put me off from buying it. Plus, also, well, I don't think I've even tried driving steam on Train Sim World 5. It's not brilliant for streaming because you can't see it. You can't see the view ahead very well. This is Shap Summit, isn't it? You'll kind of know, because once we've got over the top, we'll start going more or less downhill into Penrith. Yeah, we are indeed. So we're heading down. I mean, Shap Summit, I looked it up earlier on, it's 916 feet, 278 metres. And it's the summit of the whole of the West Coast Main Line. I know. I think I've got a vague memory. My mate did something exactly the same. When you look back, it doesn't feel like, well, it feels almost like yesterday that we've got the these trains in British Rail blue. Yeah, I certainly highly recommend the old Royal Scot video from video 125. That was recorded a good few years ago now, Euston to Glasgow, and there's probably one or two modern day ones, I think. Actually, I think some of the Dog Coffee ones have got this section as well with the Transpennine 350s. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Are you have you nearly made it into? Well, where will you be now? Towards Preston? Are you past Lancaster yet? Yeah, I think they're still, though. I don't think they're animated, unlike when we saw Loki the dog at Leven Station last week. But yeah, beautifully. You've got that lovely feeling of being in the countryside. We're not quite going to make it into Scotland. Carlisle feels like pretty much, well, the border's not too far away when we get there. Penrith first, the northern part of the lakes. Ah, excellent, yeah, so you'll have enjoyed your southbound run. Nice to be able to carry on through to Crewe and then Milton Keynes, wouldn't it? Maybe that'll be the next Just Trains route, but we'll have to wait and see. They might think that's a tad boring though, I don't know. Now we're back up to 100 mile an hour. So when we do get to Carlisle, we'll have a change. Well, we're going to be driving the same locomotive again afterwards, the 87, but we're going to actually change the route and do London Euston to Milton Keynes and do a kind of a rail tour scenario. But we're staying in Train Sim World 5 tonight. We're not venturing into the world of Train Sim Classic. I wonder, are you doing better than me with the neutral sections? Really is rocky over those points, isn't it? You do have to concentrate a bit more as well, because when you're not used to the route at all and you're travelling along at speed, these stations you're not quite familiar with, so it's so much easier to go sailing through. Yeah, they're very static, aren't they, those sheep? But nice to see, nevertheless. I mean, I think a constant theme, is it still the M6, this section? I think once you get past Carlisle, it becomes the is it the M74 into Glasgow? And I haven't quite found a spot where I know you can see the road signs quite distinctly, and they're accurate as well. They've got the right accurate motorway signs. We are kind of downhill towards Penrith. As though the brakes are easier to apply than excuse me, on the Train Sim Classic version. Feel a bit smoother. Yeah, I think so. I think so, and possibly. I mean, my excuse is, driving in the sort of the autumnal sunshine, it's quite difficult to see them. Excellent. Well, nice 90-mile run. I mean, I won't be doing it tonight, but I must have a go at the Freightliner as well at some point. But I mean, some of those runs are over 2 hours in their own right. This will be our first look at Penrith Station, so this is very much the northern end of the Lake District. Again, beautifully modelled. Down to the old station clocks. Yeah, I think we might slightly go past the signal, but it doesn't matter. The train will be in the platform, that's the important thing. There we are, you see. I think that's alright. I think we'll pass with that. I mean, if we're very quick, we might have a chance to see about if there's any collectibles. Don't really bother massively with the collectibles, but got a couple of maps and the line closure thing. Yeah, we've got the waiting room. Blackpool by train. I mean, it will be good at some point. We can actually do a run down to Preston and then actually carry on to Blackpool with the do that route hopping thing. Yep, I think bit of head-to-head action there. Perhaps we haven't got a buffet at Penrith. Oh yeah, there's one thing I think somebody mentioned, that this EN444, that was a little joke towards Train Sim Classic, because of course all the signals on Train Sim 4 had that exact marking on them. Let's get back in the seat, lock the doors. Yeah, no worries at all, Duncan. Yeah, you know, it's certainly no obligation to watch all of it by any stretch of the imagination. So we're Carlisle is our next stop, so we're 17 miles away. Oh, actually, let's get this thing into forward. They always seem to do that, real drivers, didn't they? They actually knock the power off, and then you heard them, it's starting up a classic sound as it departed the station. Oh yeah, I would absolutely love the APT. I mean, I think we're fairly sure that the next that the loco that they're producing is going to be the 86, which will be a nice companion and will have plenty of value, and you know, just mean that we're not always driving 87s. But yeah, the APT would be absolutely brilliant, and there's so many videos of the APT driving this part of the world. And it's kind of a little bit of a nod back, you know, a little bit back in time, but also that thought that, you know, it wasn't quite the precursor to the Pendolino, but it kind of was in a way. I mean, I suppose, you know, your railway history would suggest, well, the 91 and the Mark IVs was a precursor to the APT in a way, but of course that wasn't tilting. there we go. You see, that's again where I should have been concentrated. I should have had me power off. You heard the power going off, the neutral section. No, well, again, it matters not a jot, because it's all about having that interest, and you know, clearly, I know from what you said before, you've got that long history and enjoyment of trains, and I think it's great. And the fact of the matter is, you can just build up. You can pick and choose. Each piece of DLC does its own job in its own right, and you know, you can buy what you want to buy and play. And I think the beauty of Train Sim World, though, as opposed to Train Sim Classic, is there's just so much there from the moment you install it, and you're not just restricted to half a dozen scenarios and then waiting for people to bring out scenarios. Certainly remember these old trains, and rode on the 87s many times in the 80s. I don't think I ever went on one north of, well, probably not north of Crewe really, though. I mean, I've been to Glasgow a number of times from Crewe to Glasgow, but that's been in more recent times on a Pendolino. You really get a sensation of speed driving these old beasts. Powerful old machines as well. Yep, absolutely. They're great. Excellent. I mean, I think it's fantastic, to be honest. I mean, we've got all ends of the scale. I mean, we had earlier we had Zachary who was on, and I think last week we had Zachary and Lara, and kind of age 7 and 9 between them, and but just a great age. I think Christopher and Maze Tay's a similar age to myself, but it's one of those hobbies, isn't it? And it never leaves you, I don't think, trains. And again, probably sorry for repeating myself, but wow, that's pretty decent, isn't it? 132 hours already. I mean, bear in mind, only come out in September. I saw somebody post on the forums about they almost did an all-nighter when this route came out, and it's a nice thought, but unfortunately work had to get in the way. I'm quite lucky tonight though, because I'm not going to go to work tomorrow. So the idea is probably the normal 4-hour kind of stream altogether. is what keeps catching me out though. You're on a downhill gradient, and again it's that immense driver knowledge, knowing the route absolutely inside out, and you know, you'd be aware exactly where the climbs and where you know, where you're going downhill would be. And I feel, you know, I'm only scratching the surface in terms of the knowledge of this route, and you know, you could, it's easy enough when you're passing through stations to work out where you are, but there's plenty of other locations as well where you can say, well, this was the site of a former station and this is a certain area. Yeah, marvellous, Duncan, and that's about 4 or 5 years ago now, isn't it? Since you know, Train Sim World. Well, we had Train Sim World 2020, didn't we? That's when I started becoming interested in Train Sim World. I shudder to think how many hours I've done on Train Sim Classic. And I think, as my brother will testify, I've done a fair bit of shouting and moaning about Train Sim Classic as well over the years, because I think you said before, you do more moaning about Train Sim Classic than you do actually driving on it. And I think that the great thing is, though, we're getting to that point now where, I mean, there was, you know, a year or two back, you kind of lost the interest a little bit in Train Sim World, because we hadn't got such content. But with the stuff that's been coming out, the stuff that's coming out in the future, then it's going to keep us entertained for quite a while yet. And we'll soon be arriving into the mighty Carlisle Citadel station. I'm a bit late for this 85, aren't I, here? Don't think we're going to get there in time, are we? Or is it going to be the perfect reduction in speed? I think it is, you know. But I'll tell you what, I mean, it's been nearly an hour and a half, hasn't it, this run, but it's absolutely flown by. Such an enjoyable train to drive. And we are on the countdown to Carlisle, really, 4 miles now. I think we're going to be slightly late by the looks of it. It's the motorway again, isn't it? You certainly got to have your wits about you with these hills. I mean, shortly we're going to be doing Euston to Milton Keynes in this thing, and I think the it's a bit flatter, shall we say. it's kind of one of those awkward speed restrictions, really, because we've got the 75, and then the reduction in speed then is 20, but that's obviously only for the final few yards into the station. Quite an exciting thought as well, just arriving into Carlisle Citadel. And again, you've got a pesky little neutral section before we get there. Again, you've got to be kind of slightly cautious. I mean, the assumption is that the red signal's actually at Carlisle itself. Right, here's the neutral section. Love to see and hear the motors actually popping off at that point. Yeah, we are signalled into platform 3. I'm starting to think about, I don't know, I always think, you know, roughly the speed matches the, you know, if you're kind of doing 60 mile an hour, then again, depending on the train, then you can probably do, you'd probably start there about 0.7, 0.8. And you perhaps just think a little bit more when you're driving one of these old trains. Is that Robert Burns, I think? It's a proper old Scottish name. We've got a Traveller's Fare buffet there. I'm going to try and grab some mint cake. Lovely model this is of Carlisle Station. Always reminds me a little bit, we were talking about Stoke earlier on. Reminds me a bit of Stoke Station, a little bit. Slightly bigger scale though, Carlisle. We'll have a very quick wander around Carlisle in a second. See, that is the Citadel. And it's great that they've got the yard, and you know, you've got Kingsmore, and there's all sorts of shunting stuff you can do as well with the Class 08. Oh, interesting. Uncouple the vehicles. Right, well, it was happy anyway. Not totally sure what we're supposed to uncouple. Are we splitting up into two? Not sure. Or have we got a 47 coming on the front? It said uncouple 10, so presumably it's the front that's going to go. But we'll let our next driver do that. again, nicely done. You can almost feel like that's marble, well, stone, whatever it is supposed to be. The surface. You got an old-fashioned foam box there as well. Now then, how much is the prices? Pork pie for 45p, steak kidney pie 50p. Coffee with cream 40p. Coffee black 30. Back in the days when you could go in and order a coffee and you didn't have to get a latte or a cappuccino or all these fancy damn names. Oh, I don't think we've got any mint cake in here. Oh, we haven't got it. Well, that's Carlisle Castle, isn't it? That's amazing. You can actually come out of the station, try and observe. Yeah, we're going to do a bit of shunting there. I love all this as well. You know, you've got the pub going on, and you've got the Citadel. Stream of people coming out. So there you have it. The 87 has detached itself, and then it looks like another 87's coming on. Anyway, we've done that, so we'll finish that scenario for now. And I'm going to reload the game up because it's quite demanding. Just each time you play a new route, so I think it's always a good idea just to do that. Well, I've thoroughly enjoyed that run, I can't lie. It was absolutely amazing. Really enjoyable run, and hats off to Just Trains. And again, if you enjoyed the video, and I hope you did, and if you're watching, you're new to the channel, then please like and subscribe. I'd be tremendously appreciated. Doesn't matter if you're watching it recorded. Right, we're going to leave Preston Carlisle for a bit, so we're going to carry on with the West Coast Main Line South, but now we're going to drive the 86. I'm going to actually use the normal timetable because I'm not totally convinced that it'll work on the new timetable. So we're going to kind of going to go back to about 5 to 8. So we'll start off in free roam mode. Load the game up again. Yeah, Was that me? You would say that to Duncan. Or was that a mate Taves? I'm not totally sure. So right, here we are at London Euston station then. And of course this is set in the modern day, but there has been 87s used certainly on Railtour services. So we're going to take it from platform 16, which I know is where the Friday charter ran from. I know that when the Dovetail Games do the upgrade, they will make this available as a service within the pack. But I thought, well, why not? We could do it as a free roam, and it'll be more or less the same. So you've been interested to notice it'd be a lot flatter on this run. Very, very different scenery compared with through Cumbria and the Lake District. Right, so tab, so we're going to spawn in a new train, class 87. I think they're all going to be in intercity executive livery this time. So what have we got this time? Velocity 87023. I might not bother with that DVD this time. It was starting to get on my nerves a bit. But we will do this thing though, otherwise we won't get moving. Oh yeah, what we have to do is also set the path, of course. So here we are at London Euston. So set the path, and we're going to Milton Keynes Central. I think it's down here somewhere. Yep, there we go. So if we put it within that zone, we should be within the platform. Right, there we go. Let's set things up again. And we'll open the doors to begin with. I think we might have a little wait before. Well, we've got yellow already, so we should be all right, I think. Headlights on. Actually, we should put the markers on as well, shouldn't we? Great if the cab heating actually worked, wouldn't it? Marker light is on. So let's close the doors. Acknowledge the guard. And away we go. So like I say, there's been plenty of Railtour uses in modern times of these trains. There's only a couple. I mean, this particular 87, I think long since probably scrapped, although I think some of them might be in the use in Bulgaria. But I mean, what I'm really hoping for is that somebody can do the convert the Mark III carriages into sleepers, and then somebody's already done the Caledonian sleeper livery of the 87, so it'd be quite good to do, particularly a summer departure out of London Euston, or maybe the one back as well, because it's kind of still light in the early hours travelling into Euston. It wouldn't be particularly dark going out, and of course you'd have all the depot stuff as well. Even better if we got kind of the Class 92s represented. But I can't see them doing the Mark 5s. I think we talked about this before. Slow climb out of Euston and up Camden Bank. Soon get the go ahead for 40 mile an hour. The one thing about Preston Carlisle is there aren't many sections at all where you have a kind of a really slow bit, and you know, very much out of Euston it's a very progressive increase in the speed limit. Start to build the speed up. Thanks for all the kind comments that everybody's made, and glad that people are getting some enjoyment out of the streams. bit of a blockade there with a 350. Well, it just looks as though it's got the road, but waiting for the path into Euston. We'll take this up to Milton Keynes. That's about 45 minutes, and then we've got a scenario then with the Pendolino, so that'll be Preston Carlisle again, but this time with the Pendolino, so a little bit of something a bit different to finish with. I know I've mentioned this before, but this is these Alexandra Road estate flats, and this is kind of 1970s brutalist architecture. Blown away that they actually modelled this in all its detail. We might as well make the obligatory stop at Watford Junction as well en route. Be very good to see the freight pack coming out fairly soon as well, and there's some great developments coming out really for this West Coast Main Line route. We won't be able to do 125 in this, not that it's even capable of doing it really, but we're going to be top speed of 110. hope the sounds of this train are coming through loud and clear, and you know, it's been done absolutely brilliantly. And this route itself has received a fair bit of criticism, has to be said, and I mean, I've not driven this on the enhancement pack because I'm not totally sure if the free roam that would work quite the same, but it's still a very, very interesting route to drive. We're coming through Wembley Central any moment now. Because we don't get trains stopping on the fast line platforms. 350 there, hurtling the other way. And there's one on a northbound run as well. And sadly, the neutral sections aren't represented. Yeah, it's lovely. I think Duncan. It's. I mean, they've both got the merits. I mean, I love Preston, Carlisle, beautiful scenery, but it's a fascinating section with all this stuff going on out of London, and you know, having all the Watford DC line stations as well, just absolutely makes it absolutely fascinating. I mean, you might say we're cheating slightly by operating this 87, but as I say, it's happened in real life, so it's good to be able to do it. Yeah, hopefully yeah, you've enjoyed the channel, and plenty more I'd like to do, really. It's just, as ever, it's just having the time, and I'm okay this week because I've got a week off, but you know, work keeps me busy. I think it's funny as well. I mean, really, I've almost felt like being behind with the times by streaming this route today, because it's been out nearly a week and there's been lots of videos posted and this, that and the other, and it almost feels as though it's an old route already. Not this one, I mean the Preston Carlisle one, but it's amazing how quickly it can go. Time, and I think that's the thing. There's a great build-up, there's great excitement about a new route coming out, and then pretty quickly it's kind of like, well, what's next? What's coming out next? Now, we're not far off from Bushy and then Watford Junction. I know you've got Carpenter's Park before it. Yeah, you're very, very lucky. very lucky. I have to say that actually that was probably Carpenter's part, wasn't it? We're not come to Bushy. I have to say, I mean, I've had a good few years off it yet, but I will very much look forward to that time when I don't have to worry about work. You don't have to do your own thing. That's kind of what you look forward to. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Slipped that into emergency. Got a feeling we won't be able to come out of that, will we? Didn't need to do that either. It's all getting wrong now. No, I think we're all right. We're okay. Very easily goes into emergency brakes on this thing. There was an accident years ago, I think in the mid-70s, where I think something had spilled off a freight train, caused a big derailment, and the Class 86 ended up down the embankment, and I think they actually managed to get it repaired though. It was long since the days before you got a retail park round the corner. So I'm being a bit cautious here because we haven't got the, it doesn't tell me the distance in terms of the mileage, but I know it's just round the corner really, Watford Junction Station. You've got the St Albans Abbey branch veering off to the right, and that is available on TrainSim Classic, and there is a backdated version of that route. I've not got round to downloading it. Let's do that at some point. Yes indeed. Now I must get a bit more brakes on, I think, we'll have full service, because probably don't want to be halfway down the platform and still doing over 30. It's a bit stuttery, I must say, with God mode installed. Very stuttery there. I think it's worse on the stream than it would be if I wasn't streaming this. Yeah, I'm blaming the stutteriness for that, but we're still alright, we're okay, we're in the station. We've got a brake guards van there, so the first platform doors are quite a way down. I'll acknowledge the guard. I mean, when you start to notch up a bit, at first, you know, you almost think as though you're not actually going to move. But once you get going, you certainly get going. But I'm definitely going to be interested to try and have a go. I mean, I'm not sure it's particularly streamable really to do a 2.5 hour run of the containers on Preston, Carlisle, but I must have a go at it sometime just to find out what it's like, the challenge. You just don't want to get the amateur into the red area because you'd have to reset it. And amazing to think that for the 81s through to the 87s that's the way it was for drivers throughout the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and then it wasn't until 87 101 came in. Okay, that was available pretty early on, but when the 90s came in, and then any electrics ever since, a lot easier to drive. Tunnels now. Very nearly went into the red area then. We will have that top speed of 110. We won't be allowed to do the 125 because that only applies for the Pendolinos, the trains with the tilting ability. It certainly didn't have it. A bit of speed now since stop at Watford Junction. mean, I think the Friday charter train was the which they ran. I think it was just after COVID. I don't know if it was 2021, but it was the 17. It was like an additional service that was put on, and it was the 1742 departure from London Euston. And I can't remember if it stopped at Watford Junction or Milton Keynes. In reality, I'll have to watch back some of the videos, but I know it went via the Birmingham line. It went through Coventry and Birmingham International, Birmingham New Street, and then it was fairly unusual because it went Staff and Crewe, which was usual, but from Crewe. It might have stopped at Wilmslow, but it didn't then take the line into Stockport. It went straight through the Style line through to Manchester Piccadilly. This is Tring Cutting, isn't it? Like a random. I think the AWS was for the crossover. We were going across the onto the slow lines. Yeah, that's fair enough. Well, thanks for watching for so long. That's really appreciated, and welcome for the support. So I'm glad. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm going to do a bit more yet and see things out, but brilliant. Well, have a good night, and I'll see you again next week. Not totally sure for definite what I'm doing next week because I've got this week off as a holiday, so I know I'm going out with some mates on the Saturday, so we'll see how things pan out for the Sunday, but fingers crossed I'll be back on the Sunday, but I'll try and get something sorted either way anyway. Until next time, but thanks for watching. Oh no need to feel bad, but yeah, thanks for watching. It's really appreciated. The bend at Morecambe said, I think we've got the canal and the river both sides here. It's an interesting station. The remains of the castle, I think, on one side as well. Yeah, thanks again. I will. Thank you. Yeah, see you soon. Go back up to 110 after that reef point where had to come down in speed a bit for Berkhamsted. Doesn't it lovely again, doesn't it, with the autumn colours? I mean, I have to say, if there's one thing I would absolutely love to see, would be some of the old first gen EMUs available for Train Sim World. Love to see a 304 or a 310. I mean, the 310 would be good for this section, but you kind of, I suppose the problem is the route is modelled as it is now. And we're kind of getting away with this run because it's a Railtour run, and there have been some of those. Beautiful modelling though, even on this route, and you know, people say it wasn't done to the same standard as the Preston Carlisle route, but still very, very impressive, I think. So we've got about 17 miles to go to Milton Keynes. Soon be there, and then for the final run we're going to return back to West Coast Main Line over Shap, and the Preston Carlisle run, this time in a Pendolino. So we'll still only be able to go 110, won't be able to do the full 125, but that'll be something a bit different, and you can kind of work out then the difference and the smoothness between operating the two trains. And 66 for 8. Kind of got that fairly early morning autumnal, not quite mist, but that lovely sort of gaze about it. We'll sort of know when Milton Keynes isn't too far away, because we'll be hurtling through Bletchley. There obviously has been changes to the route in real life in the period between when these 87s were in use and the Pendolinos came into operation, but it's not massive really. Massive differences. I'm sure there will be some scenarios done on the Creators Club where they will take use of some of the British Rail Blue trains to try and represent more accurately you know, a full run between Euston and Milton Keynes back in the 1980s. mean, actually, we're talking about that Friday charter run. I mean, pretty much, you know, with the benefit of Train Sim Classic, most of the routes is available between Euston and Manchester Piccadilly, and we'll kind of complete that bit with the Manchester Airport commuter thing with sort of Wilmslow to Manchester Piccadilly. Just missing Crewe to Wilmslow then. Remember that the route itself is going to get an upgrade which will be available for console users, and I think the expectation is that'll be early in December, and that will include an upgraded timetable. I think not for maybe some of the older consoles. Speeding, Kevin. Really, I mean, to be even close to representing the speed limit, you have to be absolutely top notch. This little section of 90, and then we're back up to 110. It is beautiful. Fabulous train to drive. Again, speeding slightly. I mean, we've got the 110 coming up shortly. So let's say we're not too far away from the final part of tonight's stream, and we'll have a go at the Pendolino then on a Preston to Carlisle run. But by and large, we've been in British Rail blue eras really from the 80s with this sort of train, with that Preston Carlisle run earlier on with the Preston Morecambe in the Class 101. I mean, some people have talked about the performance of this route because the bit from, I mean, it's worse, kind of worse on the streaming really as well, but sort of between Watford and London Euston there are times when it can be quite stuttery, but north of Watford Junction of course it's it runs perfectly, but that's to be expected, I guess. I'm interested at some point as well, and probably this will apply more for people watching it back, but you know, sort of preferences on times. I mean, I've kind of settled in. I mean, this week I was a bit later because I wanted to watch the Liverpool Manchester City game, so we started at 6. Perhaps 6 till 10 is maybe a bit too late for a number of people on a Sunday night, but I don't know. Maybe 4 to 8 is maybe a better slot, but I'm trying to just get the optimum time that meets people's requirements, really. So we are about to hurdle through Bletchley. And it's been good to get some mileage in driving the 87 as well, because fabulous train to drive. That's double yellow, so I presume we're green into the platforms, but, well, I say we're green. I mean, I presume we're cleared into the platforms, but you can't be quite sure. And I think certainly when you have a single yellow, then you just need to be a little bit on the cautious side. Yeah, I think that proves it though. We've got a yellow there, and then you can see the next signal. That kind of gives it away, really. Top right hand corner shows that we are cleared into the platform. Got the old dual carriageway there represented. And here we are into Milton Keynes. I mean, I'm going to certainly do some of the Pendolino run to Carlisle, but we'll see. We'll see how things progress. We're getting a bit too speedy here, aren't we? One of my better stops. Might actually go past the signal. Oh well. But we did it anyway. We basically did it. That was a little bit too aggressive coming to the station. And I can't remember whether the Preston Carlisle run is a non-stop or not, so I'll load the game up, we'll see. We'll see how the interest goes a little bit on that. I know sometimes these streams can go on quite a bit. Yes, oh yes, indeed, a base taste. Yeah. Oh well, glad to see you watching. Yes, Dropped a bit of a clanger there, has to be said. But fortunately, at least we were at the end destination, so we'll kind of wipe that from the memory. We'll pretend that didn't happen at all. I was kind of hoping that there was a Carlisle to Preston scenario in the Creators Club. I mean, I'll just have a quick look just in case one suddenly come on, but I don't think there is. I usually do this through the web rather than using this, so no, we'll do what I was going to do anyway. Yeah, so we are stopping at all intermediate stations, and you kind of see the difference really between the quietness of the Pendolino compared with the noise of the 87. Will be quite a contrast. So let's have a go. And tell you what, this will feel massively different. All right, yeah. Well, yeah. Thanks for that. Glad to see you watching. It's interesting that, I mean, sometimes I don't know whether these streams just go on a bit too long, but it's, you know, it's sort of varied interest week in, week out, and different eras seem to get different views, and I suppose it depends on, I suppose the thing is, this route's been showed off quite a lot by other people during the week, so it's not exactly brand new. But yeah, thanks for the support. There's something weird about the free view mode. It kind of takes you to the wrong end for some reason sometimes at Preston. Yeah, did you have, what did you have to eat? Was it something nice? I mean, I'd be interested to see if somebody will eventually do, I don't know whether it's possible to alter the line speeds and stuff with mods, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was, because there's so much people have been able to do. But it would be good if we could have a kind of an all modern timetable. There's obviously been some differences in the route in real life, but plenty of similarities as well. Yeah, thanks a lot. That's good to know. Oh, excellent. Yeah, no, that's nice. Yeah. Yeah, I think I think that's the thing, isn't it? And you know, try and capture different eras, different times, and different things. And I mean, there won't be too many weeks where we will spend the whole evening looking at one route. You know, different types of services. So, it's funny, but driving the Pendolino along here, I think it seems to it seems to bounce along a lot more than it does on the West Coast Main Line South route. Yeah, it's nice to have a bit of a snack. I must admit, that's the one thing that I haven't quite learned the art of yet with the streams. And you know, generally have a bite to eat before. I've had Sunday lunch from earlier on, but I'm usually in need of a coffee, and perhaps one of these weeks I'll kind of make a coffee briefly in between. Don't know whether I don't think we got the timetable on this. No. Obviously, it'd be a lot quicker driving it with the Pendolino. Well, I mean, we're going similar speeds, aren't we? Really, but it's obviously a lot faster acceleration than the 87. And I think, I mean, when you do a scenario of the Creators Club, of course, you're very much in the realms of they've set the weather and everything else. But it's quite nice to, in a way, I suppose, to see it. I mean, this is in the summer, isn't it? So to see the nice green lushness on the trees and bushes and stuff, all the foliage. Loads of the route that I don't massively know masses about. I mean, I loved excuse me, I loved the when it came out for, actually I'm forgetting about the speed control here, aren't I? Sit back and let it drive itself pretty much in this stage. I mean, excuse me, I liked the West Coast Main Line over Shap when it came out for Train Sim Classic, and again there was a great vibe with the there was a bit of stock with it with the 87 with the freight stuff, and it was interesting, but I can't say I've done absolutely hundreds of runs up and down it. It's funny, but I wonder. I wonder if did I miss the neutral section? I must have done, mustn't I? That's. It says it's on there, but we've lost the speed a bit, haven't we? I don't know if it's like Train Sim Classic where you're supposed to keep a certain speed set on. It's funny, but we were driving the 91 last week on Train Sim Classic, and that's got a kind of more like a cruise control, wasn't it? And you set the train to the specific speed, and it's actually a bit more accurate than it is on the Pendolino, even though, of course, the Pendolino came quite a few years later. But I mean, much as I, enjoy driving the West Coast, much as I enjoyed driving like the 87 and stuff earlier on, it's nice to be able to drive something like this, which, okay, it's not exactly state of the art now, is it? 20 odd years old, but it's still enjoyable. I don't think, we could kind of throw abandonment to the 110 and actually go up to 125, but I think that task thing would be going off, wouldn't it, all the time? I watched, didn't watch it all, but I watched a bit of that real LNER driver. I can't remember her name, but she's from Newcastle, but it's an LNER official stream, and she drove the 91. Well, she drove the Azuma a couple of times. Then yesterday they put a video up where she was driving the Flying Scotsman, so that was interesting to watch a bit of. You see the scenery in greater clarity when you've got this lush summer look about it, I must say. Yeah, watched a bit of it. Really good. I think I missed the very end of it, but I think she might have spatted coming into the station. But I think she enjoyed the experience of driving Flying Scotsman. Yeah, I've got God mode on. Yeah. It's I think, to begin with, I don't think it worked when I first downloaded this route last. Well, when was it? Tuesday, wasn't it, when it came out? But I think I downloaded a newer version of it. That's a good point, actually. I didn't think of that. You could actually, of course, because we've got that on, we could actually. Change it. Adds a little bit of a different perspective to it. I think a lot of the Pendolino services actually go non-stop, don't they, from Preston to Carlisle? I mean, that must be where concentration has to be. You have to be immense, because particularly when you've got the speed set on, you're not doing a great deal, and there aren't any massive reductions in the speed limits. And it's kind of one of those where it'd be fairly easy for the mind to wander a bit. Lancaster. So I mean, whereas I found it quite tricky getting the speed just right. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. I mean, we've seen. I'm sure you watched a bit of Dad Rail with his streams, and you know, even to the extent of saying, right, we're in the platform, doors are on the left. This is the 8-car marker. We're in an 8-car train, all that sort of stuff. And it's kind of a good way of doing it. And I think, you know, they know the routes absolutely inside out, and you're just blown away by the sheer amount of knowledge. You know, it's kind of not just knowing the distinctive landmarks, but they know exactly what parts they're at, and it's incredible, really. And you know, they know it in the dark as well. They know every bridge. They know. It's kind of, because not all signals are exactly the same locations, then you know, you kind of have to know where the signals are, because they can creep up on you sometimes. As I discovered in that approaching Milton Keynes. Oh, absolutely, yeah, 100%. No, and how would you know? How would you know where you are? You know, particularly. You know, particularly something like this. Sorry, the reason I'm massively speeding here is because that's it. I've got my sound back properly now in my ear. Hearing. I prefer not to wear proper headphones, and I've got earphones plugged in, and it kind of slipped out a bit. So, but yeah, it must be incredibly difficult. I mean, you know, you're hurtling through the countryside, as you say. There's nothing to see really, but yet they still know precisely where they are. And you know, I'm sure I've said this before, but talk to people at work, and you know, have the conversation with them, people that, you know, don't know trains and stuff, and they're kind of, oh, it must be easy driving a train, and they just have not got a clue. Yeah, I said that early on, until that's a throwback to Train Sim Classic, that. Funny, near the kids there, or the sound of, because there's some football pitches over here, and I think is that Lancaster FC, but you've kind of got the sound of, okay, you can't see anybody playing, but you've got the sound of, the stands are there, so it kind of gives you the idea. We're going to pretend that we actually heard from the guard there. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, and I mean the thing is that when that Goblin line came out, it was you know, you were blown away by the level of detail. But and then I mean, even the West Coast Main Line South, you know, there's bits of it that you know, like looking at those flats at Alexandra Road, Camden, stuff like that, and having those 3 tower blocks represented beautifully at Euston, and you know, there's little bits that are absolutely spot on, but then there's other bits you kind of think, bit rushed, and you know, could have done a bit more work on it. Yeah, definitely right, yeah. And I kind of get that, you know, it needs to earn money, obviously, and they need to keep churning them out. They need to be pretty quick, but it's just that balance, really. I mean, I think I mean, nobody seems to know 100%, but it seems to be suggested that Rivet had a hand in doing the West Coast Main Line South. I mean, I suppose I'm the biggest culprit, really, because I think as long as it's to a certain standard, I'll still buy it, and I'll still want to buy it from day one. But I mean, thankfully, we've got these wonderful modding people that come along, the likes of Jack Bosch and Forks with the timetables, and I think it's fabulous that Forks is now working with Dovetail Games, and they're kind of using his timetable. And right, I saw that time, the reminder for the neutral section. Yeah, they certainly did, didn't they? And it kind of made me laugh, you know, kind of how detailed people notice things. And I mean, there was the preview stream for West Coast Main Line South, there was a brief second or two where they skimmed over the DC line timetable. There you are, you see, because the lighting's a bit better. I've seen the neutral section, but it was a split second, really, and I think it was a bit deliberate because they knew there were gaps in the timetable and they didn't want to massively highlight the fact. But people noticed straight away, and there were people immediately saying, wait a minute, there's an hour and a half gap between one service and the next. And that was when they showed the timetable for about 2 seconds. But it was just kind of a shame, and I get the fact that, you know, clearly they bring the route out in September, and it was always going to be released then. But sometimes it'd be nice if they could be a bit more honest with people and say, look, this is the situation, we haven't quite got the timetable. We haven't quite got the timetable right. And I think, I mean, I'm guessing it was partly because of they were concerned about the consoles and all that sort of stuff, but sometimes they're not quite open and upfront. And as you say, I think everybody was absolutely crying out for the West Coast Main Line, and that, as you say, very much a flagship premier route. And, you know, it's just a shame. I mean, sometimes you kind of think, have they learnt the lesson? And the answer is, don't know. It'll probably happen again. It'll probably happen all this stuff with Rivet. And I think we know consistently that Just Trains are going to bring us routes of absolute top quality. And they set themselves a target, I think they said, didn't they, from day one. Here's Carnforth. They set themselves a target pretty much from day one of how many miles a week they were going to do. I still can't get this speed set right sometimes. Oh, no. Hang on. Got a feeling in Train Sim Classic you have to have it in mode 3 for it to work. Yeah, oh, very much so, yeah. I think it was quite funny actually, but somebody commented on the night of the stream when it came out. They were saying that he seemed a bit grumpy, and I think he kind of responded, "Oh, I'm not grumpy, but definitely you could sense, and I think sometimes you get that little bit of that inward battle going on where they know it's not 100% right, but they're not going to come out and massively say it. As you say, he comes across as a top guy, I think, Matt Pendolino. And I think he knows, and I'm sure he's had strong conversations with people over time about it. I mean, there are some things you kind of think, surely you checked it out, didn't you? You know, it seems as though there's been one or two messes. I mean, I remember I was quite excited about Edinburgh Glasgow coming out, and then it wasn't the most. It's perhaps just the slopes on this thing with this speed control. Don't think it can quite handle these severe slopes. Yeah, definitely right. I mean, I'd say I remember I was quite excited about Edinburgh Glasgow, and but almost undrivable from day one. And I haven't driven it a lot since. You know, I bought it, I like bits of it, but I enjoyed driving it with the 380 because the sounds on there are immense, but they still haven't quite got the. I like most of the sound mods that are available on Train Sim Community. You know, the 700's a classic example of that. It's absolutely brilliant sounds, but. But the 385, and I don't know, even the perspective that you've got somehow, it just doesn't feel right. Yeah, maybe the case. Yeah, maybe the case. I mean, it kind of increased the excitement levels for people because. You know, nobody was 100% sure. It was like somebody said, well, it might not be right, there might be a fake, but I think most people pretty sure that it was definitely coming out. Oh yeah, and I have to say, of all the sound mods, that brought the thing to life for me. I mean, I'd love that bit to be filled in properly with, you know, and have a proper Thames link, so you could kind of do Bedford to Brighton. I mean, I've done it with one of the videos on combination of Train Sim World, Train Sim Classic, but yeah, immense. And again, I mean, that's another route that, I mean, it was brilliant when it came out, and I think the timetable that Joe created, nothing short of fantastic. But you know, it'd be nice for that to be upgraded. I mean, you kind of get the impression that, well, it kind of almost said, well, it's broke, we can't really put any more into it, more trains. But then the free, you know, the mod people, I think it was a guy of that Czech mod website that did it, didn't he? But proved it is possible. I think they're just a bit frightened about this thing about, this is what it could do for the PC, but we don't want to let the console users down. And I guess, you know, in terms of sales, there's obviously a lot more that do drive it on console, but it's just about balance. I mean, they did release whichever route it was, but they released a route where they said, like, this is the full timetable, this is the reduced timetable in case you're struggling a bit on console. Yeah, very much so. It just brings it to life, doesn't it? And you're hurtling through, you know, even if you're driving the 387, but to see all the Thameslink trains rattling through. I must admit, when that route first came out, I thought, wow, this is it. This is what Train Sim World is about, what it's capable of, what is to come. And I was kind of, oh, I missed that neutral section, and I thought, right, within a year or two we're gonna have the West Coast Main Line, we're gonna have the East Coast Main Line, they're gonna start building really big routes, and then it felt as though they took a step back, and then, you know, gradually we've had shorter routes. We had that thing last year where they did, right, let's do Peterborough to Doncaster, as opposed to doing King's Cross to Peterborough. And it kind of felt as though we've been a bit in limbo the last couple of years. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. And, you know, I wouldn't mind, and who knows, perhaps Just Trains are going to surprise us and do something completely different, because that's a route that would work well. I don't know, it would work well if it was in the current era, although I think somebody said Greater Anglia are a bit difficult to get the licenses for, but I don't know. I mean, we've proved with Avanti, with the LNWR that it probably doesn't matter, old or new. Yeah, well, exactly right. Yeah. I mean, I suppose, you know, probably Dovetail Games will argue, well, West Coast Main Line, there's so much going on at the London end and it's busy that end and stuff, whereas this is probably quieter throughout, but I don't know, we'll see. I mean, I suppose in a way, I mean, it'd be great if Just Trains could tell us, right, now this is our next route, this is what we're building, and we know they can't, but I suppose in some ways it's quite exciting thinking we just don't know and we'll find out a month or 2 months, 6 weeks before it's due. Right, so Penrith is next. And I think with you know, if we got Liverpool Street to Ipswich, I'd probably prefer, you know, sort of the 80s with the, you know, either the 86, well, particularly with the 86, because I've loved the idea of having those, you know, they could potentially put in, say, the Clacton branch and you have the 309, but I don't know, that's maybe asking too much to have Liverpool Street to Ipswich and have, say, the Clacton units. But I'm just desperate for seeing old, couple of old first gen EMUs really. But then I'd take it as it was now with the Flirts and with you know, the current units, the Adventurers. Yeah, well, I've always thought, to be honest, I've always thought for years that, and that's always been one of the frustrations with dovetail games, and same with Train Sim Classic. It's like, you do a part of the route, then you don't carry it on, and it's like, build the next stage of it, you know, quite frustrating really. And yeah, I mean, ATS have proved that with that missing link in particular. I mean, I think Alan Thompson said they are still planning to do crew to the Manchester Airport thing for Train Sim Classic as well. But again, I mean, a bit of a tangent, but again, I'm desperate for the bit between Kidsgrove and Stockport on Train Sim Classic to really finish that off. But yeah, they've. I think it is an ideal way of doing it. Do it in stages, do bits, and you know, sort of. Just Trains have done that with this because, you know, Blackpool branches. You've kind of got that consistency. You've got Preston included. It's kind of the same era, and that would very much fit in with how I would like things to be done. And it's, you know, it's keep that interest going, because there are people of certain routes that are. Hey, this is great for something, isn't it? But you know, keep that interest up. There are people, you know, that are real fanatics because it's their line, and they just want to see a bit more of it and extended. So I mean, I'm kind of hoping, and again, there's no way of knowing. I think again the ATS people have suggested that they did want to do crew to Manchester Piccadilly originally, but then had to scale back a little bit, and it was their first route. I think the problem with them, in all honesty, I mean, you know, I don't really know them, but you always wonder how many people are working on it full time, and you know, most of them have got jobs of their own to do. But I think hopefully you kind of hope that they're going to release this Manchester commuter route, and then next year perhaps they'll extend it to Crewe, and that would make a massive amount of sense, and then that really would be a pretty decent run. But then you do want the gaps filling in. You kind of think, right, well, we want Milton Keynes to Crewe now, do we? And it's just good to be able to do full routes, and that's one of the things I really love, and it's kind of why I've had to do a hybrid of routes sometimes. I mean, one of me, you know, possibly, I don't know when, but I saw a nice Manchester Victoria to Chester route on that backdated thing for Trainsim Classic, and I thought, hang on a minute, we could do the first bound Trainsim World from Leeds, and then from Chester we could take it on to Llandudno as well on Trainsim Classic and do the full run. So I quite like the idea of being able to do the full runs on routes, and you know, we're seeing major parts of the railway network. Hey, we've got one more train here. I don't know how many AI there is on this. Again, I don't know whether I'll ever get time, but I must have a go at scenario planning for Trainsim World, because I get the impression it's fairly straightforward. I'll tell you what, you get a lovely view of the scenery here. I mean, the cab view of the Pendolino is even better than the one for the 87. Really is stunning, isn't it? It's funny, but I can't remember who it was, but there was somebody who in one of the forums who looked at the shot of Loom Gorge and said, "Ooh, I don't think that looks particularly good." But my goodness, they've counted it, haven't they? I mean, I think I was saying a bit earlier, but I've done this journey in real life on the Pendolino a few times, and I think it's kind of underrated, really. You know, people talk about going along the Cornish Riviera and stuff, and well, going through Devon anyway, through Dawlish has been beautiful, the Cambrian coast and the West Highland line and stuff like that, but this is a fabulous line and a fabulous part of the country. Again, just harking back to that video 125 video from many years ago, say, I've got it on DVD now as opposed to the original video which I bought it on, but you were very conscious of the change in the scenery as you travelled north and you went into sort of beyond through Cumbria and then into Scotland. I must confess, when I started this run about whatever it was, half an hour ago, I was thinking, oh, I'm not sure whether I'm going to actually carry on and do the full journey into Carlisle. And although I've driven this route earlier on, I must admit, driving it in the Pendolino is lovely as well. I would have done it southbound just for a bit of variety, you know, had there been something on Creators Club doing it southbound, but there wasn't one that I could see anyway. And I don't know why, but I'm perhaps being a bit pedantic, but I couldn't quite bring myself to do this in free run mode, because it would have been kind of a bit more unrealistic riding it with 827s and stuff going on in the background. I really must try and find I've got this feeling somewhere that it's possible to get rid of the cursor so that I can see it but you can't see it on the stream, and it'd be great if you could. I mean, maybe it's the case, I don't know. Well, I don't think, I presume you can still see the cursor, but it's a bit irritating when you can see the cursor in the middle of the screen. And I think, I mean, the one thing I think we can be fairly certain of that Just Trains won't be doing is the next route, because I think they were asked, weren't they, about whether they wanted to take this on and carry on up to Glasgow, and there seemed to be a suggestion that they weren't going to do that. I mean, I guess they've already decided, and they probably started on it. I don't know. I don't know actually. I mean, it's there in the middle of the screen. If it does, then brilliant. But it might be a setting somewhere that I haven't figured out yet. This is the quarry bit, isn't it? I think it's great that they've done. I say the quarry bit. Go way up. I'm speeding here. I mean, there's more than one quarry, isn't there? I know Hardendale's the one that I'm aware of, the big one. But I think that's quite decent as well. The fact that you can do runs from the sidings of the quarry. About 11 miles to Penrith, so I think it'd be a shame not to complete the journey now into Carlisle. Yeah, there's again, that's the level of detail that I didn't notice on the first run. All right, excellent. Yeah. Ooh, I'll have a look at that. Source of knowledge as always. Don't know that I'm doing when I'm recording, can I? Probably can't. Oh, hang on, no, I'm not in. I'm not in the OBS here, am I? I'm on the other feed. Yeah, hang on. Right. Where are we? Oh, another train. Wow. You might be right, you know. Well, I hope that works. Okay, right. You always know that when you get into the red marks, that you've gone massively over the speed limit. But yeah, that's brilliant actually. And I mean, I presume now I've set it like that. Hopefully, if that works, then it'll be like that forevermore. So that is hopefully that's better. I can't remember the exact location, by the way, but just before T-Bay we had Grey Rig as well, didn't we? And that was the scene of that accident a few years back. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, that's something. There you go, you see. I've been doing this for 12 months and I've not worked that out. Yeah, I've got to say that, you know, I enjoyed driving the 87, really did earlier on. Fabulous train to drive and love the old school stuff, but loving this as well. I've given up with the speed limit thing. I think because the slopes are pretty sharp, it struggles to deal with it, I think. You just feel though, you know, driving the whole route from all the way through, they just weren't going to take second best, and I think they were determined to get all the detail right. Yeah, definitely right. Yeah, definitely right. And I think you know, I can enjoy the. I mean, it's quite nice driving an old diesel. Don't get me wrong, it's good, but it's kind of nice having the extra power that you've got with the 87, and you've still got that fairly decent acceleration, and you feel the immense power behind it. It's going to be good having, hopefully, I mean, I think we feel virtually certain that we've got an 86 coming. Somebody was hoping there's an 85 because apparently there was a poster of an 85 in the one of the stations somewhere, and I think somebody kind of said, well, some of the song references might have been 85 and 86, but I don't know. I'd be amazed if we got both. But I don't know, maybe that's another point about if they brought out the 86 now, then perhaps that would be ideal for them if they got plans about doing the Liverpool Street to Ipswich route. And I might be repeating myself, but I mean, I remember Great Euston coming out for Train Sim Classic, and it was an absolute steal. I think it was something like 20 quid, and you got the whole route. You got the Clapton branch, you got the Southend branch, you got Southminster, you got Upminster. You had the thing that went off at Marks Tay to was it Sudbury? You had the 86, you had carriages, you had 47s, Mark 2s, Mark 3s, Mark 1s, every EMU going. It was an absolutely, I remember that Christmas, just driving it. Yes, I know. I only just saw it. It's a funny one, isn't it? The one, again, it's one of those you should know about, really, coming into Penrith. If it's got the correct destination on it, won't have, will it, surely? It says, just say, well, this has got something on, I suppose. I was blown away by this, the fact that these things folded up at the end. To be honest, I thought the destination thing on it would probably be completely blank, with it being a Creators Club one, but at least we've got that on. I suppose, to be fair, some I think some Avanti West Coast services do terminate at Carlisle, perhaps not that many. I'm not sure. And I mean, the one thing I'm conscious of next weekend is I'm going away on the Friday, meeting up with some mates on the Saturday. So I'm not 100% sure, and there's a possibility I might, have to record something in the week, and then I don't know. We'll see. I'd hope to be back. I mean, I did mention earlier about possibility of doing something Stoke orientated around Train Sim Classic, but I'm not sure. Be interesting to see what news comes out in the week from Dovetail Games, because we've kind of got some news coming out from tomorrow, I think. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So I'll be interested in that. With not being at work all week, then I'll be waiting around and watching. I mean, that's where they've got you, really, and I think it doesn't matter what they bring out. You always want more. You always want something new, and the next thing. And it's a bit like. I almost felt doing this stream with this Roots, brand new on Tuesday, almost like it's old news already in a way, and that's kind of the thing. I mean, obviously the ambassadors and stuff like that get their free copy, and they get to stream it like a couple of days earlier than everybody else can even drive it. I mean, apparently we're culminating in some massive announcements at the end, but you never quite know, do you? It could be something really exciting, or it might be nothing. Right, now I wonder if the speed control might work for us now. I've never noticed that before either. Snow brake. Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? That's the world that we live in. I kind of go back to the days of ordering stuff and allow 28 days for postage and packing. But now it's got to be instant. It's got to be immediate. wondering actually if perhaps the speed control just doesn't work on this route. It might not be optimised. It might be the gradients. I mean, I despair sometimes reading some of the forums because you know, the speculation is just goes beyond. You know, people say, right, well, I would like them to do this route, but make sure they have, you know, all these different branches on. You know, we need about 3 or 4 different types of trains building, and you just kind of know it's never going to happen. I mean, I think they're obviously quite a sizable company, relatively, and you know, they've got a good turnover, and clearly there's a huge demand. But I suppose they're a modest company, aren't they? I guess I can't remember exactly how many people they've got working for them at Chatham, but it's obviously been a great thing, the fact that third-party companies have come online. And you know, this incredible Hans bloke, we got some screenshots of him around Stratford and some of the areas. He's clearly got the skills with the route editor, and he's massively got into it. So it'll be great to see what he comes up with. I mean, again, I think he set himself the target of building all of London originally. Well, the one thing we can be certain of, we're not going to get all of London, but I'll settle for the North London line. I always think that line's quite quirky from Richmond to Stratford, and again, there's parts of that feels almost country, and then other parts feels like you're right in the heart of the city, and you've got freight and all sorts. You could kind of do a 66 down from Milton Keynes and then take it up on the North London line. I mean, actually, another thing about the thinking about the North London line is absolutely no reason not to do the 313 with it as well. I'm sure there's a reskin in Silverlink colours somewhere. I mean, again, it's something I've not thought about, but it'd be perfectly possible to take it on a run out from London Euston to Watford Junction. Yeah, oh god, yeah. Yeah, I think that's got to be fairly high up on people's wants, really. Another freight loco, yeah. Because every time, right, here's another freight pack. It's another variation, another livery. Sometimes it's the same livery of the 66. But yeah, it'd be good to have something just a little bit different. I mean, the 90 would be quite nice to drive, and you've kind of got a little bit of both with that, with freight and passenger as well. I mean, I always thought, I remember the Armstrong Powerhouse 90, you know, again, it was absolutely state of the art, amazing when it first came out, but it had little weird quirks, like you didn't dare come outside the cab because the track, the joint sound used to disappear. And you used to have the same with the 86 as well until they brought out the enhancement pack, but they've never quite fixed that. Yeah, absolutely right, yeah. Those would be good. It'd be good when we can actually do, you know, other sorts of freight stuff on the West Coast Main Line South. I mean, it's just it's exciting, really. The stuff that's still doable. One of the last stages, anyway, 2.4 miles, and well, thanks for keeping me company on this last stage of the Pendolino. Really enjoyed the chat and enjoyed your input and your knowledge as well throughout the evening, as always. Thanks for everybody else that's watched tonight's stream as well. To get the speed down, otherwise we're not going to get down to 20 in time for Carlisle. Although the brakes on this thing are fairly awesome. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. I think hopefully sorted out the glitches with the computer a little bit. There we go, another neutral section on the... Yeah, my pleasure, yeah. Really enjoy it, and it's just such a contrast from work, really, and you know, it's, I think, you know, in terms of I know somebody at work who actually does a bit of cake making for stress relief and all that sort of stuff, but I think driving this thing is amazing. And unless you're driving the Met Line and that section between Finchley Road and Baker Street, that's had me coming out in a cold sweat sometimes. But right, neutral section. And of course, you're kind of remembering that the whole train's going to pass through it because the pantograph should be up at the back. I think we're through it now. I love the sound pack that would massively improve the. That's the Settle Carlisle, isn't it, coming in? I think from the right. Still speeding into the station. I love that sign of old carpet wrong. That's certainly made me smile. I'm guessing Carlisle's going to be fairly empty. I mean, there's plenty more scenario possibilities with this. You could dig out your northern leverage, you could put 158s in, you could put 150s in, paces, all sorts. So there's plenty of modern day scenarios that could be done. Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, I've said this a million times, but growing up the Commodore 64, and you know, I was desperate for a good train simulator, but you know, now we've got this, which is absolutely wonderful. So we just want more, really, don't we? I think that's the top and bottom of it. Right, let's try and end the stream by actually stopping short of the red signal. There we go. Still love that detail though, and it's a fantastic model. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, have a good week. Hopefully I'll be back next Sunday. I'm just a bit conscious. I think Saturday is going to be a bit of a drunken state, so we'll have to see. But hopefully be next Sunday. Certainly, I'll have something around the corner anyway. Yeah, thanks for joining me. Thanks for everybody that's watched tonight. And again, if you're watching it back and it's a recording, then again, thanks again as well for viewers too. And if you've not watched the video before and you've enjoyed it, then please like and subscribe. I'd be tremendously grateful. And yeah, thanks for all the support. And it's time to say goodbye now. So until next time, it is goodbye.